Yellow, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine. I have to make this live tweet because life comes at you fast sometimes. And a lot of things came at me fast today and that I was not expecting, and that's why we're late today. Hi, hello, I hope you all are good. Hi, Kalino. Hey, Dan. Hi. How are y'all? Live. What are we doing today? I'm cooking. I think I might be cooking a little bit with the game. I think I have come up with at least plan 1 or potential plan 1 of new mechanics for the cards. Another game design stream. Under the guise of making some quick cards for our game night for Gremlin Gifts. Gremlin Gifts. Come hang out. Smile. Twitch.tv/PB plays inside. Please do PB plays inside. You didn't love when you do that. 10 out of 10 work. It's just There we go. We got him. We got him. God, let me tell you how nice it is not to have to just repost this onto Twitter or vice versa. Just having to do this on one screen. All right. And this is Discord because I have to put it over on the Discord because we got to do some things. And yes, boop 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 boop. There's something on my wrist that's bothering the hell out of me, and I keep trying to wipe it away and type at the same time, and it's not working out for me. All right, there we go. Oh, and I have an itchy nose because my hair keeps going on my nose, and it's itchy. And by itchy, I just mean it's just hitting me a little bit. Did you see the second one I sent you, Kalino? Oh, you guys can see. Why is that over there? Oh, you guys can see everything I'm typing over here. Let me move that out of the screen. Hey, Kalino, did you see that either on my stream or on your screen at home? Luckily there was nothing of import there. Anything else I need to have on my screen? You have no idea what's on this daily mix. Ah, you're behind my light. I see. All right, so it's gonna be surprising for her. Yeah, so they've added a third show to LA, and in that same announcement, they've added a second show to Toronto, which is just like such a beautiful thing, you know? What a beautiful thing to need another show in your hometown and another show in your biggest ops town. What a beautiful turn of events. I was really thirsty. Woo! All right, let's open up a new thing over here because I want to discuss potential new mechanic for these cards. Okay. Let me grab you. Put you over there. Actually, let me move all of this from over there and put it over here. I have 3 sets of sunglasses over here. Let me put it on my other desk. There we go. We have this. Okay, so Gremlin Gifts. We're all familiar at this point. I feel like we're all fairly familiar with Gremlin Gifts, right? We've talked about it ad nauseum because it's the game we're working on right now, and therefore I will continue to do so. So, we're still playing around with 5 phases, right? I'm still planning on 5 phases. And each phase you pull a card, right? So, what if our cards, we have 5 cards, right? So let me just do 5 quick cards here. I need these to be a little smaller than they are. Okay, so this is what we're thinking here. This is what we're thinking. This is also, this is just me because my tablet's a little off to the side. So let's just do this to get it a little more straight looking. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's make it look like Uno. So this is what I'm thinking for this new mechanic, right? So each round we pull a card, and let's say we pull the 2 of hearts, right? What if when we pull a card, we also roll 2 dice, right? We'll also roll 2 dice. I should have started in the middle if I was gonna do this example, but like we out here now. We rolled 2 dice. Let's see about. Let's make this dice a little bit bigger, so it's a fucking readable. We rolled 2 dice, and we move these dice. We place these dice on either side of the card. Now, it doesn't really work with the first card, but if we were to take these dice and move them over here, we have, we'll say a 6 and a 3, right? And we'll just do a big heart in the middle and have an A there. I don't actually know how cards work. How do cards work? And you put them in the corners, right? It's like that. And you get the choice to place these die wherever you want. So you could put the 3 over here, and you could put the 6 over here. But we use the same rules as before, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where this is that's actually a fail. This is a pass, and this is just, this is also a pass, we'll say, right? But this is a pass plus. The 5 through 6. This is die with a smile. We'll use those same ideas here. So we have the lowest amount of chance of failing here. So these dice are for the connections between the cards. So our cards, once again, are going to represent items, right? So this is our bucket. Hold on. I'll make this a little bit smaller so it's readable. So this is our bucket. These are, I don't know, a bat. Or bat here. And you have to connect them somehow narratively, right? Hey, Sphinx, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And so when you'll pull the card, you'll put it down, and then you still flip your die. You flip your coin, and heads or tails, right? And that's gonna determine if this is a nice, well-functioning item, or if it's on its way out, right? And now you're going to, is this the order I did here? Hold on. So you pull your card and right. Okay, so you're going to have this 5 card spread. I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this. I wrote this before I took a nap today. So, hey, good morning. We have we'll have our 5 card spread here, right? Maybe I should have done these all on different layers. Maybe that would be better for my scatterbrained explanations here. So we have our our 5 card spread. Don't let me forget. I have another AI point to give that I got an example of today. That I was like, this completely goes with exactly what I was talking about yesterday. So you're gonna have 5 spots you can put your cards, right? Imagine this is me. This is a piece of paper you have with the outlines of 5 cards that are definitely all equal of size and not becoming smaller as the paper goes on, as I realize I'm running out of room. So, so let's say this is our first round, right? First round, we have our 5 cards here. Or our 5 slots we can put our cards. So I pull my very first card, and it's our bucket, right? This is bucket. And we get to decide where I'm gonna put it, right? Like, the very first choice I have to make now is where in this spread do I put it, right? So this is going to be our beginning. Our beginning. This is our middle. And this is our end. So the first thing you do, you pull your card, you see what it is, and 5 cards of descending physical size. Exactly. Thank you. Good. I'm glad we're picking up what I'm putting down here. So you get to decide where you're going to put this card. And it's actually going to be problematic that these are different sizes. So let me it's actually this one. What if you just called up Taylor? Let me just grab Yoink You. They're all just going to be a little off center. And you know what? We as a species just have to be okay with that. One, two, three, four, five. Wait. Oh, it is 5. What am I talking about? Let's merge those layers. So now we have that. And they're all just slightly off center. And that's we just have to be fine with that. So we have to we have to decide where this card is gonna go. And which of these spots, right? I do have this open where you guys can see it. Yes, I do. So, we have our bucket, and let's say I have a great idea for how to use this bucket to open up our whole shindig. So I've decided our bucket's gonna go in A. Now I'm also putting our bucket in A, knowing that I'm gonna have to do 2 things afterwards. I'm gonna have to determine how this moves to the next card. And also with the idea that I have to flip a coin and see if it's going to be good or bad or not. So I have to like weigh the risk options of like, if this is a bad item, how bad is it going to be to not be able to work? So we flip our coin. This is me trying to draw George Washington every time, just so you guys know. In the coin. So we either can get heads or we can get, let me do this on a different layer. I could have just copy and pasted it, but instead I'm just making a whole new layer. I haven't looked at a nickel in a really long time. Is this what George Washington looks like? What do you have on the other side? You have a bird? Ah, America, look at me. I actually don't sound like that. I sound like a little bitch because I'm a trash bird. So we're either gonna roll up heads or tails here. Right? If we roll heads, then our item is nice, it's pristine, it's beautiful, and nothing's gonna go wrong with that aspect of it. We don't have to worry about that at all. If we roll tails, however, we do now have to be concerned that something can go wrong with it. Just because it's old and rusty and raggedy does not mean that it's not going to work right away. Right? So that's going to be determined by our next step. Our next step is we're going to roll 2 dice. 2 dice are about to be rolled. All right? And we get to decide what's going to happen with these dice. Right, so let's say we roll a 3 and a 6, just like I said last time, because you know what, let's not do a 3. Hold on, let's do a 2 and a 3. Let's have a fail in here so we have some good examples. So if we roll a 2 on this die and we roll a 6 on this die, we now have 2 options. There is only one connection off of this slot, off of the beginning slot. So that means that we only have to move one of these dice into our between slot. What this is going to signify, these numbers on our dice, is how that connection is going to go. Because again, think about this all as a Rube Goldberg machine. That's what I want us to think about the entire time. It's all about how we are connecting all these items together to make a machine that cascades, right? Now, this doesn't necessarily, if this connection fails, that doesn't necessarily mean that our entire machine is broken. It just means that things aren't going to go as perfectly as planned. So, let's say we get tails, and let's say we roll a 2. However, because this is the beginning, so we roll the tails. Let's one by one, not how my brain works. Slow and steady. If we have tails, that means we now have potential for failure in this step. And now, as we move forward, we have to pray to the dice gods that we don't start off with an immediate fail. So we roll a 2 and a 6. Now, a 2 is an auto fail, right? However, we also rolled a 6. And the 6 is not only a pass, it's a pass plus. So what this means is that because we only have a singular connection between our cards, we get to choose which of these dice we're going to put in there. Now, you're probably going to choose the pass plus here instead of the fail. And that's absolutely fair. So we'll put our pass plus, here. We get our pass here. So that means that even though we have an old rickety old shitty bucket, we are now going to, it's gonna hold up in our machine, either by the grace of God or because of something we did. So you're gonna write your number in, or pass or fail or whatever, and plus. And I don't exactly know what I want pass plus to be in this situation. I don't know if I want that to be an opportunity for you to save yourself for one of these other situations I'm going to give. I mean, the player could be a masochist and choose to fail. Exactly. Look, I'm not going to take that away from you. If you want to have a spectacular fail show, like, especially if you get like a fail right off the bat, or like a fail, and there is no way for you to win at the end, and you just want to choose another fail for, at the end, then more fucking power to you. If you want to describe that spectacular display of disaster, please do. So, we'll say we have our pass here. Now let's erase those things. Okay, didn't do anything there. So now let's roll our next, or pull our next card, right? And you still have to do it in the narrative bit of like, how am I going to use a bucket in my machine here? How is it starting it off? We're tying it to the doorknob, and we're opening it up. And as that cascades, it falls down with feathers, and now we move on to the next step, right? Yeah, some of us are playing Gremlin Gifts for the drama and the pathos of my Doom quest to craft the greatest gift. Exactly, Maybe the greatest gift could be failure, and, sometimes we just have to understand that that's a thing. All right, so our next item is, hey, do you guys know what any of the other the other cards look like aside from the hearts? Spades kind of. Oh, diamonds. Diamonds is an easy one. All right, let's do diamonds. Trying to remember how I can kind of see the spade, but I don't know how. Like, it's kind of like that, right? That's kind of what a spade looks like. A weird little condom mushroom. We'll just say this is another ace, right? Fuck it. So we have our ace here, and let's say that's our jacks. So now, again, we get to decide in which of these slots it goes, right? For the sake of explaining the rules, we're going to throw it in the second slot. And I understand that the spade is a heart with a stick coming up from the heart dip. Ah. Oh, you're so right. It is exactly like that. The more you know. Thank you, Dan. So we're putting jacks in here, understanding that we already have a pass connection here. So that means when we roll our 2 die, that we get to roll with technically advantage, right? So we could do that the whole time, but where's the fun in that? Maybe I should make you do you can only put it in the beginning, middle, or the end for your first 3 rolls, and then you put them in the middle. That might make for a little bit more chaos. I could do that. Or maybe I make you do the middle ones first and then the beginning, middle, end. I feel like that's a little cruel. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Let's finish explaining the rules before we can truly discuss this new concept for rules. So we have, for the sake of shits and gigs, let's say we're in the middle now. So we don't have a connection on either side, right? We flip our coin, we get tails, right? We get our little trash bird, our little garbage dump. So that means that if we roll a fail, hey, there's an ad coming up soon. That means that if we roll a fail on either one of these sides, this is gonna be taken into account now. Let's leave it looking like a little bat signal. So let's say we roll a couple of dice, right? We'll roll a 1 and we'll roll a 5. We'll roll a 4. Run in a 4. So we have a fail. And we have a pass, a normal pass, no plus. And our ad starts in approximately 10-ish seconds, so I'll just leave you guys in suspense to figure out what happens next. I'm gonna hydrate. I encourage you guys to do the same. Maybe a little stretch, maybe a little taking of our medications if we need to. The first 30 minutes really come at you, don't they? Also, today I got the headphones that well, they came in the mail. I'm not wearing them. Clearly, they're not on my head. But I do now have them. They are now in my possession. But they are also going under the tree, so I'm not gonna like play with them anytime soon. Oh, this was a late one. This is a late little pre-roll. Well, did you guys know that today I rolled my Oma Star in my deck? There it goes. I rolled Oma Star. So, I'm this much closer now to getting my Mew deck. Yeah. I'm this much closer. I have 3 cards left. It's embarrassing that I haven't gotten this Clefable at this point, honestly. The fact that this Clefable is still it's embarrassing how many wonder points and wonder like resources I've spent to try and get this Clefable. I've also tried to get Vileplume a couple of times recently, and I haven't been able to get them. So I have Clefable, Vileplume, and Kabutops left to pick up. Clefable is the only one I have left in the Pikachu deck, and part of me wants to. I'm gonna stop rolling Pikachu cards and go full speed ahead on Charizard cards from here on out, and just like pray that I get Clefable in a Wonder Pick, because that being. Clefable seems to be a real common Pokemon for most other people. I also did my very first the flare thing. I don't know. I was gonna try and think of the name for it, but I finally did the flare thing just to test it out, just to see what was up. And man, that can get expensive real quick, because I was like, I have like almost 1,000 cards at this point. And I'm just like, I have a shit ton of some of these cards. Let me just see what this does. Mostly because I'm going through like pack points so fast. Oh, it seems we're back. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Welcome. I was just talking about my Pokemon woes. You know how it goes. So we have a pass and a fail, and now we're in the middle. This means that we have to use both of these numbers in one of these sides. Well, that was just weird. I was listening to that. Hold on. Let me turn my headphones back on. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. Apparently my headphones don't like who's the Suki Waterhouse? Isn't Suki Waterhouse Robert Pattinson's spouse? Or isn't Robert Pattinson her spouse? I feel like she opened for Taylor Swift. I swear I don't mean to know as much as I do about Taylor Swift, but once you just like one TikTok about Taylor Swift, it really just starts going. It definitely sounds like a place. I mean, the house part really doesn't do her name any favors. Suki Waterhouse. I'm pretty sure that she's married to Robert Pattinson and they have a kid now. And I'm fairly certain she's the one who opened for Taylor when she was in London. Again, I don't mean to know as much as I do about Taylor Swift. It's just, you like one TikTok and you follow one channel, React channel, that's actually a Taylor Swift fan page in disguise. And then you start paying for a Patreon, and then suddenly you just know a lot more than you thought you'd ever know about any artist, to be honest with you. Are we sure that's not the character from True Blood? You know what? Fair. Someone asked Suki if she knows how to do a terrible, a god-awful Cajun accent. So we roll 2 dice, right? And so now we have 2 things we really have to consider here. One, that because we rolled a fail, whichever connection we choose is going to be responsible for the failure of this card. So let's say we put our, let's say we put our 1 here. Let me just write the actual number 1 and our 4 here. So we know that this is a pass. This is a pass plus. And this is a this is a fail. This is a fail. So this now means that our jacks aren't going to work. Either our character is going to have some like Timberlands that they're going to be wearing, some Tims, you know, they're going to be wearing some Tims, gonna roll out of bed, put their Tims on and come investigate. And now the jacks, while obnoxious, aren't going to work in the way you intended them to work. So now whatever your connection to our next card is going to be isn't going to work. However, the way we get from this card into the jacks will work. Okay. We're getting here. It's like it's always a two-way street, because like if you're connecting one thing to another, right? A lot of the times the purpose of the marbles or the jacks is to get somebody to move forward and stumble into something else, right? It's a distraction. It's boom, distraction. And then they don't notice that they're going to walk in straight into like a bunch of saran wrap. And then they'll start flailing, and then they'll hit a bell off to the side, which will cause this bowling ball to come off of balance off of a shelf, and it's going to fall onto a long board, and it's just going to come up straight up from the middle of the ground and hit this person in the groin. And that's a joke, right? Like that's the machine or whatever. Like everything is connected to something somehow. Oh my God, Nightbot, 30 minutes in and you're showing up? You shouldn't have. For me? Gosh. Who at the union got mad at you after I reported you several times in a row? So that's how we want to keep this in mind as I continue to explain this, as poorly as I am explaining it at the moment. Because there's some things I'm not considering here, or haven't considered here. Because I came up with this idea and then I took a nap. So, yes. So you have now attached both of your dice to either of these. So we roll our last card, and our last card is going to be, okay, let's see if we can do this. Does it have a little palito down here? I'm gonna say it does. So let's say we got our little ace of spades here, right? And we want our finale to be, we're gonna say a bunch of feathers. Make them sneeze a little bit, you know? So we have our feathers here at the end, and we roll heads. So the feathers have no chance of failing here. This looks like a horse, but you know what? Whatever. George Washington looked a little bit like a horse. And we roll 2 dice again, and it's going to be a 3 and a 5. So we get a pass or a pass plus here. And again, you can roll either one. We're going to do a pass plus here. And we're going to have our 5. So now, because we have a failure attached to this one, our next card, that means that if we roll a tails in this card, then immediately something can go wrong with that piece. Let me see what I wrote about this. Hold on. Let me refer to my own tomes because I did think about this. All right. Heads or tails will your item work? If you roll tails, you have an old beat up item on its last legs. Will it break? If you have a fail attached to the card that rolls tails, then that connection fails when the machine is in motion. You get 2 full failures. Okay. Okay, so because we have our fail here, we have a potential of this card and this card both failing. And both of these cards failing, according to the rules as written before my nap. What's the last one? It's a clover, right? Hey, what does a clover look like? Is it like that? Is that what a clover looks like? I feel like that's not what a clover looks like. Maybe it's a little bit higher. Maybe they're a little happier. Maybe it looks a little bit more like a cactus. And we'll say, I don't know, this is a... We'll say this is a broom. Why not? Now, because we have a fail attached to this, that means that this also now has a chance to fail. Depending on what we roll on our coin. So if we roll our trash bird again, this will fail and now we'll have 2 fails. However, Horace Washington, the founding coin 3 balls and put them in put a stick in them. 3 balls and put a stick in them. Oh, absolutely. Hey, thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. Much better than my cactus. So I'm thinking, because we're gonna have a pass and a pass plus, that if you roll a pass plus somewhere, you get a like a mulligan or an ability to negate something off of one of the fails. Or one, I guess not one of the well, yeah, it's one of the fails. But in the way of switching a coin from a heads to a tails, essentially. I'm thinking that might be a good way to incorporate a pass plus instead of making it all a 50-50, because I could do a 50-50. We could just do this all with coins, right? It could just all be 50-50. But if we have a dice here, that gives us the opportunity for a pass plus. And that would mean, but at the same time, I don't know, because if we go with a dice, you have a 33% chance of rolling a fail. If you roll 2 dice, I guess that does up the chances of you getting a fail. But at the same time, that also means you only have a 33% chance of rolling a pass plus. A chance that only gets increased with the more die you roll. You're statistically more likely to get a pass, though, than you are to get a fail. There's a 66% chance you're going to pass than you failing, right? So, but it's still like game of chance. Because here's the other thing. The only way you fail is if you roll a tails, right? Like, I'm not so far at this junction, I'm not penalizing you for failing a connection. I'm penalizing you if you roll tails and you roll a fail. And those odds have to be small, right? Like, it's still very possible, right? I don't know enough about statistics to do statistics math in my head. I don't remember. It's been well over a decade since I've been in a statistics course. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's going to look like, right? You're going to have your 6. You're going to have your bucket with a heads or heels, you know, whichever one you need at that time, I guess. You're going to have your jacks here with tails. And this is going to be a 1. And this is going to be a, I don't know what I rolled here, so we'll call it a 4. A 4 and a 1. Then we have our feathers with a, I think this was a heads. I think we called that heads. And then we had our broom here with tails again. And what did I roll here? A 5, I think is what I said. So we get our pass plus here. We get a, let's say, our pass plus. We're going to have a pass. We're going to have a fail. And we're going to have another pass plus here. And this was a fail. And this is also a fail. But because we have the pluses here, that means we can negate our fails because of that. I guess in the same vein, I guess I could give you the chance of passing this roll if you still roll the 2 dice and you place one over here. Maybe that's what it should be. Maybe it shouldn't be an automatic cross off. Maybe the pass plus allows you to roll an extra dice and a chance to save the fail. And then just take that as a pass or a fail. So instead of having a 1 there, you can roll another dice and get a 5, and suddenly that becomes a pass instead. Or maybe you roll another, or you just flip the coin again and get the just straight 50-50 chance. I feel like dice is a little easier, but I don't want you to have this. If you use your pass, I don't want that to be 66% chance that you succeed. I want that to be a straight 50-50 roll. And the substitution for a 50-50 roll on a dice that I'm using is I'm telling you to flip a coin. Although in the rules it will say, like, if you just have a dice, just roll a dice. Like, personally, I hate flipping coins. I'd much rather roll a dice. So you can just roll a dice and just split it, 3 and 3. But I guess for like consistency's sake, I would say instead of roll another dice, you get either heads or you get tails. Either you get Batman or whatever that abomination is, And maybe that will be a solution to that problem. The other problem is that this one doesn't have anything. That you don't roll anything there. But that could also be part of the strategy. That one of these two, sorry, I'm pointing at them as if you guys can see them. One of these two is already going to be predetermined. Or both of them are already going to be predetermined. What their connections are going to be. So if like there's a fail, hold on. I need to pull out some dice and a coin and some cards and try this out on my own. Hold on. Quarter. I was thinking of the quarter. I mean, he might also be on the nickel. When's the last time one of you guys used a nickel? Then some dice. I'm still missing a D6, by the way. I dropped one in Doc's game last night. Or on Tuesday. I have no idea where it went. I heard it. I was so confident I was gonna find it. Because it like went bounce, 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 all on tile. And I was like, oh, I know where that's gonna end up. I'm trying to think where I have my other webcam. I found it. Do you have anything I could screw in here? Do you have a little screw in? Oh, you don't have a little screw in thing. I throw you on here and you look down? Or am I just gonna have to do it with you? Hold on, where's my OBS? OBS is here. Maybe something like that. Don't fall. I didn't realize how precariously perched it was. In theory, it's connected. In theory is really doing a lot of heavy lifting on this one. I don't want to say it's not working, but oh, Oh, I saw a little bit of life. It's blinking at me. That has to be good news, right? Hold on, let me just make sure it is actually connected here. You are lit up. I guess I could also connect you to like my actual PC. Blinking. Yeah, disconnected over there. How long are you? Fairly long. I'll be able to actually connect you to the actual PC. I'm gonna turn on the light though. Oh, it's so bright. Oh, that was directly in my eyes. That was directly in my eyes. That was directly in my eyes. I'm fine now. Oh, I didn't hear any noise that time. Oh, that's why I had that open. I see. Hey, why are you loading? Hey, Logitech? Hey, Logitech, why are you loading? Hey, Logitech? Hey, I just have a question. Just a quick question. Just a quick question from the class. Is this why I downloaded Logitech Capture for this? I got really warm there. I had to take that off. Ooh, it like, my body doesn't know what to do. It's like half hot, half warm. Did I ever tell you about what a nightmare it was to get this set up before? It did not register. Hold on, I need to touch something metal. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Connected, you bitch. Yeah, you're making a bunch of fucking noise. I mean, you're making a racket, but you're not acting like you're actually doing something. Yeah, what if I... Okay. Not anything down there. In the hierarchy. Oh, but see, now you don't beep up here either. If you guys are curious, Logic is still loading. Logitech's still loading. All right, I'm gonna move this one down. We're gonna just move that one down. Let the other one live its life, I guess. I don't know. I probably have to like turn this off and on again and like a whole thing. Oh, soon. I need to get out of studio mode. The reason I didn't do this is because I have to turn off background removal. You guys get to see my messy tabletop. It's glue. If you guys are curious, all of this is glue. Specifically, it's super glue. It's specifically super glue that you know, I couldn't take off. And then I tried, it didn't work out well, as you can tell from this part. It's not the pretty look, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but like we're just gonna have to make do with it. It's bright enough. Hey, we're gonna have an ad. I'll see you guys when this ad's over. I'm gonna be here adjusting some things. slash changing our scene. Maybe this scene's gonna be better for this. Yeah, sure, why not? It's mostly okay. It's mostly good. I just need to know where my angles are, how big of a space this is. Oh, that's a really big space. Yeah, let me place some pens so I know how big the space is. Okay, there's one. You throw this up here. All right. Put that back there. We have our coin. Let me adjust some of these colors. Can I change this one? It says it's connected, and I think that's where I'm the most confused. Oh, it also reset my settings. We hate that. Oh, oh. Okay. All right. My light almost broke, but it's fine. We fixed it. Okay. And if I throw this over here. Also, it's out of focus. Hold on. I need to pull one of these so I could see for sure. Oh, everything is in the way. I can't see anything. Okay, let me just. Oh, and that will probably also help if I zoomed in a little bit. Hold on. I now need to move my pens again. There it goes. Stop turning off. Okay, let's drop exposure just a little bit, I think. Yeah, let's tilt that a little bit down. Did I ever tell you guys that the most annoying part about doing our map streams back in the day was how many adjustments I had to do to the webcam? Hold on, let me turn off my fan. That's why we keep getting the zhoo 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 look on it. It's not even on hella heavy either. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's also probably not doing me any favors. This other beta over here. Oh, oh, my hand looks so dark down here now. Oh, right. Hey, let me flip this for you guys. Just for you guys. There you go. Hey. Hey guys. Oh, I also have to flip it the other way. Hey, there you go. Hey, hey guys. How you guys doing? I need to turn on this fan though if I'm going to turn that fan off. All right. So, if you guys were wondering what the Maker's Mark deck looked like, we're all about to find out. All right, and we're gonna use that die. Maybe I should use a gray die because it'll look nicer. Wheat. Oh, I know what I could use. That's gonna be better for heads and tails. I'll use this for our heads and tails. That's gonna be way easier to see than a quarter, a literal quarter. You guys see the numbers on this one? Kind of. How about this one? This one read better on camera? Yeah, that reads way better on camera. Let's do that instead. Let me move some of these so they look a little better. Okay. Wheat. This is our Maker's Mark deck that I got for Christmas. That they sent me for Christmas, I think last year. It's actually a really nice deck. It's actually probably the nicest deck of cards I've ever owned, considering all the other ones probably came from like the dollar store. All right, so they're still in order. Ooh, they're they're stiff, buddy. They are. Oh, and they're stiff and they're slippery. If you guys, oh my gosh, they're so slippery. They're so fucking slippery. I'm afraid they're gonna fall out of my hands. All right, let's do. And flip this way. They're thick and slippery, and I don't know what to say about that. All right, so we flip our first card, we get a jack, right? Remember, we have 5 slots. It's either going to go beginning, middle, end, or somewhere in the middle of those two. I'll remember to put it up a little bit higher so our turtle isn't eating him. Oh, did you see that? He tried. He tried. All right. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to flip. So Paragon side, if you guys haven't ever played Mass Effect, this is our Paragon side. This is our Renegade side. This is going to be our heads. This is going to be our tails. All right, heads, tails. So we flip our coin. And we get tails to start with, all right? So we all remember that this is going to be tails. I'm going to signify this with probably a dice here. What do I have the most of? Let's see. Are those readable? Barely. But I'm going to signify these as tails. Let's signify these as heads. Because those, I think, are pretty easy to read. And I have 3 dark die and 3 light dice. I don't have many dice, just so we all know. Okay, so we have that. Now our job is to roll. Fuck, I have to roll 2d6. Fuck. All right, let's grab the gray dice again. Hey, did you guys know that I do... Did we decide this one is readable? Not really. I put all of my dice in this box for marshmallow eggs. It literally is just an egg carton. But instead of eggs, there were marshmallow eggs in here from a couple of Easters ago. Fun fact. All right, so we roll our 2d6. And we get 1 6 and 1 2. So because I threw this at the beginning... that means that this is... I'm going to put the 6 there as our... in the middle there. We're going to have a little 6. Do you think this fits on the screen? Do you think this will fit? Do you think this will fit 5 cards? 1, 2, 3. Fits 4 cards. Well, the other one was just gonna be off. All right, so we're going to say that this one was tails. And we rolled a plus here. I'm just gonna write 6. Are you a thicker? Nope. I literally grabbed the two thinnest fucking pens I have. Tails. And a 6. All right. So we did that. Now we're gonna pull our next card. And we roll our king. And I'll roll that as our middle. I flip a coin. I get tails again. Hey, is this weighted well? Do you think this is a well-weighted piece of plastic? It is. In fact, I just got half and half. All right, so we got tails again. That's scary. That's boopy scary. And we roll 2 dice. I put my hand in the way. I'll re-roll them. Yeah, that's a 6. So I roll a 2 and a 6. And because this is in the middle, that means one of them has to be a pass and one of them has to be a fail. So I'm going to throw the fail this way. I'll signify that with an X, I guess. It looks a lot like a cross, so we probably won't do that in the future. And then this way I'll do our 6 again. Or maybe it's smarter to do it the other way. Let's actually do the 2 this way and do the 6 this way. Because that means that I have a pass over here and a fail over there. I'm sure that's going to mean something at some point. So we roll our last card. We roll a 10. Let's see what we... Or our last of the first 3. Another fucking tails. All right, we're gonna write it down here instead of writing on another piece of paper. We'll do tails, another tail. So I guess it's a good thing we have the 6 over here. I swear, only when I'm testing in this. Hold on, I don't want to get another 6. Son of a... These are my same dice I use for other Docs game. They're the same dice I've used in the Call of Cthulhu game I did. And they're never that, like, nice/mean to me. Let me tell you that right now. So I get to choose. So I get to choose a 5 here, and that's a pass. But we did roll a tail, so that is something we're gonna have to contend with. Or we don't have to contend with because we passed. All right, so I pull another card. We pull our queen here. Let me move that off the screen. We pulled our queen here, and we have passes on both sides. And we got heads, so we wouldn't have had to worry about it anyways. So we got heads here. And that's fine. Whatever that is works out fine for us. We don't even have to roll any dice. This next one, though, is going to matter because we do have a fail connected to this one. Do have a fail connected to this one. And we do get tails once more. Believe it or not, we do once again get tails. And this time we do have a negative attached to it. So this is a fail. However, because I rolled a fucking 2 6 plus 6s, I could negate this and have this just be a pass, and therefore I get all passes, and I don't have to worry about that. That feels like a normal roll that you would get, and I don't know how I feel about that, but we're gonna try it again. This is just rolling, no narrative, just rolls. So let me. The cards don't actually matter what I pull here because they're not associated with anything. Not right now. I could. They could be associated with something. They're not at the moment. So we have a 10. Like, I could have them be the thing that determines whether or not you pass or fail, I guess. We roll this. Then we roll another. Son of a fucking bitch. Who knew my mat was so fucking bouncy? So we get a head here. Then we roll our 2 dice. I swear on the amount, we're replacing that one. 6 is great. 6 is wonderful. I don't usually roll 6s on that stupid dice. Maybe it's because the bad one went away. I have 3 of those dice. 2 greens and 1 red, I believe. I'm fucking ruined. These are all the 6s I'm not rolling in 9 Fox Gambit, I guess. All right, we have a 4 and a 2. Me desperately trying not to roll a pass plus. I just have to accept it's part of the game. We rolled this fruity motherfucker again. Hold on, let me. Believe it or not, I didn't actually shuffle the cards. All right. Again, the card number doesn't really matter, but it could. But it doesn't, but it could. Like, that could be our 50-50. We might not even have to flip a coin. But I feel people are more likely to have an unshuffled deck, or like not a well shuffled deck, than the actual 50-50 chance that it's supposed to be. This is tails. So that means we're in the danger zone. Only for people who can't roll fucking 6s. Honestly, might as well just get them out of the fucking way so I'm not rolling them in 9 Fox Gambit. Where were you guys when I needed damage numbers? Are you kidding me? I'm in shambles as a human being. I'm in fucking shambles. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how many times I've rolled these exact dice? I think I have a notebook somewhere with the statistics on how well these rolls. And they don't roll well. The thing is that they're not even in the same dice that I'm getting these 6s and 5s on. What is happening? There, that's a reasonable number. 3 and a 3, you son of a bitch. Anyways, we got 2 fucking 3s. They're both passes. Maybe. Maybe I make it 1-3 instead of something else. Last card in our 3 card spread, we got heads again, so it's not even like it's going to be dangerous for this card. And we're probably just going to get another 6. Oh no, we failed. Oh my gosh, we actually failed both of them. Oh my god, what a dream. These are the dice I know. These are the numbers I see all the time. Here's the thing, I even switched the dice out so I can get better rolls, and I don't. I can't describe to you how annoying this is. Fucking, it doesn't matter. Whatever I get here is going to be a fail. If I make it 1-3, I think this would be a little more dangerous. But then we wouldn't have the pass plus unless I just put it on the 6. Granted, all of our pass pluses have been because of 6s. Maybe I do just have like a positive. Or because I'm rolling dice, maybe I make something interesting happen because of the dice. Like if I roll doubles, that means you can negate something. I don't know. Well, I'll continue thinking about it. Anyways, we pull our next card. It's a 9. Yeah, I still have to roll this. I like that you guys can't even see it spin in the air. You guys kind of just catch a couple of frames of it before it does something. Because now there's no danger here. Because we rolled heads twice here. This is negated, so this is fine. And we pull another card, and there's 0 danger on this card. Unless we make our 3 dangerous, and we will in this case just so we have some tension there, but we don't. We had no fails on that one despite rolling poorly. Unless we make the 3 a bad number, in which case our middle card is a fail. But even still, then that's not a fail. Okay. Okay. Okay, what if we make it 1 through 3? 1 through 3, 4 to 6. This is a pass. This is a fail. 1 is an auto fail. No saving. And 6 is you get a mulligan. What if we do that? What if we do 1 auto fail, 1 mulligan? Oh, sorry. I probably have to write bigger here. That's how big I write on my tablet, and it's enormous. Sorry. Okay. Let's do that. Let's grab another piece of paper. And have this there. Again, don't know why we're shuffling. I didn't do anything to merit a shuffle being needed, but we out here. All right, so oh, it's that motherfucker again. That's wild because I actually did shuffle here. I did the this thing where you just like do this a lot to mix them up. It's wild that this guy showed up again. All right, so we have this guy roll heads or tails. We have heads. Maybe the heads tails thing is the bad thing. Maybe that's the maybe that's the mechanic we need to change. I thought that was going to be a little more dangerous. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I keep rolling. No, but like we've had a fairly even split, right? Believe me that this was almost a 6. This went from right here, or it went from right here, but it flipped off of my mat, so it flipped over to 2. Just so we're all clear that that's what just happened there. But even just rolling a 1's not that dangerous, unless I make it if you roll a 1 in general. That's dangerous. We're gonna roll it like 1's not dangerous here. Unless I make you roll these 2 first. And then you roll the outside ones. Because it's gonna be... But that's so unintuitive, right? Like, rolling... Or unless I just make you go in order, but if I make you go in order, that's only 1 dice that you have to contend with. You only have to deal with the card that's going to be next to you each time. But that's kind of what we do anyways. The thing is that I want there to be a little bit of strategy in what you're doing, right? I want there to be strategy in what is happening. And I want you to be able to have a little bit of a like where everything's not up to chance, so you're able to change something if something goes poorly, right? You guys can't see this, right? On screen? No, I just need to see what this answer is. All right, cool. Just need to clear that because I can't see that anybody sent me messages without having to check them to make sure it's not important. I was going to change my Spotify playlist while I thought. I want there to be strategy, but not like so much that it becomes mind-boggling. But like, arguably this gets a little bit mind-boggling, right? I feel like 5 is a good number, you know? Like, 5 is a solid number. Maybe I do something with the cards. Maybe their numbers or their suit matters. Numbers are probably a little less... Is that something I concern myself with? Let me tell you how nice it is. So a while back, I did a huge bot purge from the channel, where I spent a good bit of time going through and blocking every single bot that ever showed up to stream and looking at lists of bots and just blocking them all. And along with like joining some lists and then Saribot, like all in all, I haven't had any bots like just filler bots in the channel in a long time. And so when it comes to looking at the channel list, it's very nice, very satisfying. Oh, guys, I don't know what to do. So heads, okay, let's get rid of the heads tail mechanic. I kind of like it, I kind of don't like it. I like the idea of connecting these cards somehow because we're not pulling all 5 cards at once. We're pulling them out one at a time. I do like the idea of the item not being good sometimes though. Up soon. Are you guys hearing that one? Are you guys hearing that today? I don't think you guys are. But I feel like I should still ask just in case. Yeah, they were on the coffee break, honestly. Did I say hi, Sphinx? Oh, I did. Yeah, I said hi when you got here. Nope, no alerts sound good. Good. As it should be. I should be the only one who hears it. As funny as it is, I should be the only one who hears it. Not you guys. You shouldn't be jump scared. Oh my god, there's a chat on this screen? Everything is like shifted a little bit to the left, and I think that's really funny. Oh my god. Not only is this so poorly centered, I need to change the width here. Why is this in the middle? Well, I'll see you guys back here in approximately 10 to 2 minutes from now. I'm just gonna be here. Do I have a filter on you? I don't. There's so much about this that is so broken. It's been such a long time since I had the chat show up. Oh, there it is. Well, that gives me a chance to fuck around with this. Oh, good. I have a chat called Chat's Window and Chat Smaller, so that's good. Jesus Christ, never show me that ever again. Oh my god. That was terrifying. There's an option to see CSS JavaScript on here, and it shows you the script for it, and that's terrifying. No, thank you. They have changed this since the last time I was here. Starting with, I type out the font color. Do you think that that wants the hex color? God, let me look at the HTML. The HTML says nothing to me. Well, I guess I have to fill it out. It just is a template, I guess. Does the CSS say anything more interesting? I'm looking for like a hex color is what I'm looking for. I'm starting to think that what is in between the brackets, those names are supposed to be something, so I'm supposed to affect it. This is not affected by what I've written originally. Interesting. The more you know. Hey, welcome back, Dan. Can I just type black here? Do you think that just works? This is also much thicker than I want it to be. I guess I'm also assuming that this is the chat that I'm affecting. There's a very good chance that this isn't the chat. Okay, what if I move you back to the 350 you were before? Oh no, I do not want to exit. That's the opposite I want to do. One day I'm going to have all of this on StreamerBot and I'm not going to need other things. Today is not that day though. Anyways, if we don't do, like I said, I do like the idea of the item being good or bad. You know, on the bright side, you can just barely see my injuries on my hand this way. I like that these cards are can be volatile, right? But I don't want to give you all the resources up front is the other thing, right? Like, I want to give you these items. I want to give you these items as you go. I also like the idea of you not doing it, building this machine in a linear manner. Because, like, you don't always build things in a linear manner. Sometimes you do the, like, hard things first and then the easy things last. Okay, let me look at my rules again. Let me look at the rules for this first part. I have the clock being as a 50-50. Either you're moving too fast or you're moving too slow. Okay. Let's just read through everything I've written to this point, and I'll read it aloud. We'll do it together. It'll be a read along. Let me start somewhere where we can where this makes sense. Okay. It takes more than one small gremlin to get this whole production done. You can play this game solo. If you do so, make sure to think about the other gremlins with you and make sure to involve them in your narrative as you build up the gift. At the end of the book, there will be some examples of other gremlins names included in the illustration for your game. Flip a coin on each card to figure out if an item you pulled is pristine as the date it was made or if it has a fatal flaw. How will you deal with the issue? Do you have time to deal with it? That's right before. I think I'm giving. There's too many resources. And let me finish reading before I keep thinking, because you guys don't have the full idea, the full picture in the way that my brain does. How do you deal with this issue? Do you have time to deal with it? For your clock roll, 1, 2, through 3, you're moving too fast to notice, or you have full gremlin faith that it will hold. 4 to 6, you have enough time to figure out a solution if you so choose. And then in parentheses, I wrote some resource you hold, question mark. Then I considered maybe a jigsaw puzzle-esque component where if two problems are next to each other, you cause a bigger issue. If you have a working piece next to a broken one, you can, and then I never finished the thought. Then I write, there are 5 locations you can place to the cards. The beginning, the middle, the end, after the beginning, and before the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if you have to roll that number or above on a die to pass? For example, for this one, you need to roll a 1 or higher to get this one. This one you need to roll a 2 or yeah, you have to roll so you either have to roll a 1 here, you have to roll a 2 or a 1 there, or we could do this vice versa, right? We could need to roll a 1 there, a 1 or a 2, a 1, a 2, or a 3. You can roll a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Or vice versa, where you need to roll a 6 here. Oh my god, you need to roll a 6 here. You need to roll a 5 or a below here. 5 or below here. You need to roll a 4 or below here. A 3 or below here. Or a 2 or below here. A 2 below here. or a 1 and below here. That's a concept. Hold that thought. Each card except the beginning and the end have 2 sides, left and right. When you pull a card, decide where in the spread the card will go. Next, roll 2 dice. Choose which side the pass or fail will be. For the beginning and the end, you will roll 2 dice, but will decide which of the 2 dice you rolled will actually be attached to the card. Either, and then I don't finish that thought either. Then I have heads or tails. Will your item work? If you roll tails, you have an old beat up item on its last legs. Will it break? If you have a fail attached to the card that roll tails, then that connection fails when the machine is in motion. You get 2 full failures. Okay, so we have a couple of mechanics here, right? We have the clock that I've fully neglected when working on this because I haven't given it much thought. Our clock, in theory, goes from 0 to 11, and every time you pass a roll, or every time you pull a card, you move up the clock until you reach the middle. If you pass each roll, that's where you end up getting. If you fail every roll, maybe I do 0 to 6 because this is all passes. If you fail, then you have to move forward another one. So this is just simply passing. If you fail every single roll, you reach 11. In theory, that's what we had before, but I've changed a lot of the what failure means in this game. So as exemplified by the item, and so each turn you roll a dice for time. That's a pass plus. That's a fail. So in this case, if we're going to do this, let me go to the clean side and do it for realsies and see how overwhelming all of these moving parts are going to be. So we start off, right? We start off and we have our little token here, right? That's where we start the game. As soon as we pull a card, or as we pull a card, we roll 1 dice. We rolled a 3. We start here. As soon as we pull a card, we move this over by 1. We roll a dice. That's a 3 is a fail. So we move forward. A 3 is a pass, I think. No, 3 is a fail. We said 1 through 3. So we move forward another one. That means this is a long phase. So now we have our card out. We know that it's a bucket, right? We have a bucket here. So we roll a dice. We get tails. So immediately we're in the danger zone. But if we would have chosen middle first, then we would really be in the danger zone. But we chose beginning. So we have essentially advantage here. And unless we decide let's just run this like we were gonna our original rules, and then we'll make adjustments for the new thought process of doing 1 below, 2 below, 3 below, 4 below, or whatever. Or 1 and above, 2 and above, 3 and above, whatever. All right, so we rolled a 4, so that's a pass. What we are going to change is we're doing 1 through 3. So 1 through 3 is a pass or a fail, and 4 through 6 is a pass. With 6 being a super pass, 1 being an uber fail. No coming back from that fail. So we pull our second card. We immediately move up for our phase. We roll a dice to see how fast we go. We rolled a 3, that's another fail, so we move up again. Now we flip our coin. That wasn't a flip, it just fell out of my hand. That's a flip. That's a heads. I don't know why I'm just not writing a D. Then we roll our, oh, this is in the middle actually. Whatever. We'll put the other card down here. We roll our things. We have a 4 and a 1. So now this is dangerous. Then we will put it over here. We have a fail and we have a pass. So I already know we have a pass over here. So if I put a fail over here, that's not an uber fail. It's just a normal. We have normal odds. So instead of putting the 1 over here or making sure that 2 is going to be a pass, we're going to put that there as our fail, and it's an uber failure. So if we roll heads here or we roll tails on this card, that's an immediate fail. This would have been an immediate fail, but we rolled heads, so it's not an auto fail. Unless it is an auto fail. I don't know. I haven't decided. Okay, so we have that down. We're starting our new phase. We're pulling our last card. I'm rolling a dice to see how the clock moves. I rolled a 1. That's another fail. I'm not doing great on our clock. The clock is creeping up on us. Let's flip the coin. We got heads again. So in theory, we should be sitting pretty here. I don't know why I'm just unable to spell the word head right now. We roll our dice at effective advantage, and we roll a 5 and a 6, so that was effectively an advantage. So we're gonna put our 6 here, and that's an uber pass, so we get a mulligan that we can pull out. I'm thinking if it should only be a mulligan for the card it's connected to, but I'm not sure. We pull our next card. We move our phase up, our clock up by 1. Nope, not that first. We're rolling our die first. We roll another 1. It's another fail. Oh, we flip this first. Flip our coin. We get tails. Oh, I forgot to write over here. This was a pass, I think. So we have a 4 and a 6 here. So we're fine. There's no tails there. Nothing bad happens there. So we pull our last card. We move our token up. We roll our clock. For once in our fucking lives, we pass. Not only do we pass, we move the clock back by 1 because it's a super pass. No, I don't have that mechanic here right now. Hey, Mr. Limey, how you doing? Yeah, I don't have any mechanic right now that makes the 1 or the 6 a good or bad thing. So that means we don't run out of time somehow, some way. Although I can't run out of time, in theory. the other mechanic no longer works. So I had a mechanic in which, depending where you landed on your clock, depended what ending you were gonna get. The hesitation, I know, because now my brain associates loud, sudden noise to yippee. But since I have the Metal Gear Solid alert sound as there's an ad about to play. I have mistaken. I did say, "Hey, Mr. Limey," once when you weren't there because I heard that noise instead, and I was like, "Oh no!" It's a big uh-oh. All right, so we have a fail here. If we roll a tails, this is an auto fail. But we rolled heads. Unless we just make one an auto fail in general. But then the argument would be, where would the fail go, you know? So that's that mechanic. We win pretty handedly. There was never a moment where I feared losing. I'm glad you got a kick out of that, Mr. Limey. I was hoping you would. I was hoping you would get a kick out of that. That was a terrible shuffle. Hopefully you guys didn't see that. I haven't shuffled cards in so long. That's also apparently not a good way to shuffle your cards. Apparently, you're supposed to shuffle them a different way, but I don't remember how. All right, let's grab our other piece of paper and let's do it the other way. I think that's less plausible to get done. But I think I have enough things that are resources that could help you succeed. I'm going to continue doing the clock, but I don't know what this clock serves anymore. I also don't want to be using my good a marker. Let's grab a good old Crayola marker. Yeah, it'll be fine. Because those other pens are expensive, so let's just use this instead. All right, we do that. The new thing we're gonna do is, or the change we're gonna make here, is that each of these cards is gonna have a value that we have to roll above. So for our 1, we have to roll 1 or above. For 3, we have to roll 3 or above. 5, we have to roll 5 or above. Same mechanic otherwise. No. What would this replace? I think this replaces heads or tails. Let's replace heads or tails. And instead use the mechanic of having to roll above a 1. A 1 or above. Unless we start at a 2 and above and I'm really mean and I make the last one a 6. Let's do 1 and above for now. The 1's a gimme because you can't roll below a 1. We'll do the clock again just because I don't know what else I'll do with the clock. And also to just see where our ranges end up being. So we have our 1 to start with. I should have made these numbers a little lower. Let's write them down here. So we have our card here. That's a gimme, that's a pass to start with. So let's do a pass here. Then we have, we roll our die to see if we're gonna get what our connection is gonna be. I'm staring at you this time, guys. You're not getting away from me. All right, roll 2 forced. That means it's a pass. We're going with the 1 through 3 roll again. So we roll a 4 here, and that's a pass. All right. Oh, and phase 1. Phase 1. 2, we fail. You move up under another one. Okay. So then we pull our middle card here. If we choose, I keep going in order. I keep going 1, 3, 5. You could go 1, 5, 3. But that's where the strategy is going to end up being. I think if you roll a 6 in any of these other previous ones, you get an extra die to roll, I think. Maybe that'll be our mechanic. So then you roll again. I have a 2 and a 5. I forgot that I needed to roll for this first. Hold on, let's roll that. I need to roll a 3 or above, and I rolled a 3. So that's a pass. Now I roll for either side. A 2 and a 4, which I feel was what it was before also. So 1 is a fail, 1 is a pass. Now I know I have a pass over here. So we could put a fail here and have this be a 50-50 of whether this is going to be a pass or a fail. I mean, either way, it's probably going to be a 50-50. We'll have our 4 here. You know, I'm just going to throw a 2 here and a 4 here, just so we can test some things in a second. Move that up by 1, roll a dice. I roll a 6. I don't move. All right. In fact, I think no, I don't move. Then I have, son of a bitch. I'm gonna keep the 1 and the 3 as our connection roll. Because both of those are fails. But one of them is a hella fail. I wonder if you roll a 1, there's no option for the second one. You will always just take the 1. Maybe that's what I make you do. Like, even if you roll a 6, the 1 instantly negates it, maybe? All right, 1 die, 5 or above. We roll a 3, so this is a fail. Ooh, you don't really want to fail on the last card. But maybe there's something you can do to fix that fail, maybe? I don't know. Or maybe you just kind of have a dud of an ending. That's still not, like, end of days. So we have a 4 and a 1 here. Hey, we have an ad playing soon. So let's move that up by 1. A 2, we fail, we move up again. We need to roll a 4 above here. We rolled a 2, that's another fail. Ew. What do I do here? What do we do when we fail and we have... I mean, it's a 1 for the connection between Q and this one. Q and the Joker. What happens there? I mean, I think that's just kind of a fail on the game, but I think you still you play it out because you can still What do I do with you guys? What changes here with these guys in the middle? Because their fates are decided for them, you know? Hey, there's an ad about to play. Well, contemplate that in your brains for the next minute and a half. How do we make these a ton or, you know, have their own brains, have their own roles associated with them, while still maintaining this sort of feel? Oh, this would be a much better way to organize them, actually. Wait, we're cooking? That way they all fit on a piece of paper? The clock also still continues to not really have a full purpose. Maybe it was supposed to be an art stream, but like I feel like there's something here and we just have to keep working through it. Just let me unplug this while the ad's playing. Hi, hope you guys are doing well. Hope y'all are well today. Not just because you guys are subbed or have turbo or whatever and can hear me right now. I'm just recoiling, coiling, once again coiling the cable for this other webcam I had. I forget what I had to do to get it to work. But it was like a whole thing I had to do. I think I had to not use NVIDIA Broadcast, maybe? Oh, I threw the little aluminum this way. There it is. Oh, welcome back! Hey, welcome back. Hold on, I'm just putting away this other webcam while we were here together. How do we connect you as one? I was gonna keep this other page here for the clock, but I'm just gonna move that away for now. I kind of like the roll, having to roll to see if it's a pass or a fail. Maybe if we keep the clock, maybe the shtick with the clock is going to be hold on. I did. Okay. I couldn't remember if I pinged people on the Discord or not. I don't have OBS open. Hold on. Is this even on screen right now? It's half off screen. Sorry about that. I was like, this is a little too close to me. I like the idea of having this be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And having to roll above that number. And I wonder if the fight for resources here is what you do if you roll a 6. Because in that occasion, oh, this also has to be taller. Oh my god. Tall. Let's just do 1,000. Fuck it. There we go. Um, I'm taking a drink of water. Because I think there was an escalation there, right, of tension if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because there's a greater chance to fail the farther you go in. So maybe you do go in order. Which means we have to rework the how do we connect them together with roles. But that's kind of fun because I was thinking, because we have to do something there. And the fight for resources could be if you roll a 6, which will make like our super pass, then you can use it as a resource to lower your clock. If like me, you did well here, but your clock rolls were all abysmal. With that clock, there is no fail. That clock just shows you how you're your ending. The clock used to be something. The clock was your pass fail essentially, like how well you did that turn, but we've done more with it, right? Well, originally I guess I wrote 1 through 3 roll. Your clock moves quickly. 4 to 6, you have time. But here's the thing, I switch them. This should be the other way around. 1 through 3 should be you failed, so you're taking longer to... Hold on. I want it to be the other way around, where if you failed the roll, so you got 1 through 3, that means that you failed. You have to move your clock up by 1. Hold on, let me pull over the clock again. If so you move up for your phase, so you either move forward 1 for a fail, you say where you are in a pass, or you move back by 1 in a super pass, right? That's what it used to be. Now you either stay or you move forward 1. 6 is if you pass every single roll. 11 is if you fail every single roll. Because first phase, second phase, third phase, fourth phase, fifth phase, your clock is always moving forward. And that's why you no longer move backwards. We have it just being a steady progression of time of how long it takes you to work on the thing. So a phase is always going to take you an hour or a tick on this clock. But the longer you take on something, so if you fail a roll, you get an extra, you take longer, essentially. However, if you pass, okay, so if you fail your clock roll, you were taking longer. However, originally I was thinking that if you like rolled tails or whatever and you failed your card roll, then you would have an opportunity because you failed to fix it. However, if you passed, you would not have time to figure it out, or you had too much hubris that you're good enough, you know? Like, no, my work is good enough that anything that can be hanging on by a twig and it'll still work. And that's not necessarily true. It'll still break, you know? But if you move forward, I wanted there to be a mechanic there. I was just kind of searching for a mechanic anywhere to be able to interconnect these rules, right? But we have moved forward with the card system. And now I don't know how much the clock ties in with everything. Although I do like the clock idea just in general, because this is an idea of you waited specifically for this night so you would have the most amount of time to do your gift, to create your gift, build your gift. I also like the idea of these being affected by one another. But how? How are we doing that? I also like the idea of the items being shitty. You know, there's a chance that you just, you know, this was the last broom in the pile and there was a reason, because it's being gnawed to hell by the dog. You know, like that's a thing that I think is something that you very plausibly would happen to you. So how do we take those three elements and make them work in conjunction with one another? It's also a fairly short game because it's only 5 cards, right? Or maybe that feels long, I don't know. Did I tell you guys that I finished the wheat field. It's done. It just needs to finish growing. I was working on paths instead last night, and then I tested and I looked at the tree farm, and that looks like it's gonna be that's gonna work. I also tried it in the new patch and it works fine. I left the world running where with the tutorial on, and it never broke. Although weirdly enough, it has a player detector, I guess, because it breaks when you go into spectator mode, which is wild. I don't know what does it, but when you are no longer detected as a player nearby, it breaks. But that looks like it's going to be a go. So next time we start working on Minecraft, it'll be on the actual tree farm. Okay. Ugh. Well, my brain is frying, trying to think of how we're going to connect all of these. Let me write them down. Hold on, before I get off tangent. Let me clock moves forward, never back. Fast work is not always good work. Slow work is not always bad work. I want there to be an interconnection. Interconnections. Interconnections between the 5 cards. What was the other? I like. Oh, right. Escalating odds or pressure rising as you are close to the end. Roll higher than the placement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was there? I didn't say anything else, right? I said I wanted the clock to work. I wanted these 5 cards to be interconnected. I don't think there's anything else I said. And like I wanted them to be. Oh, and I like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess it's the other thing I might have said. I think we're good to continue just considering that as an exercise, a brain exercise. Hold on. I need to. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And it's just gonna be jarring if you guys see me turning all these things on and off again. Woof, boy, I'm gonna have to do the focus myself. Oh boy. Focus and the zoom. All right. Oh, and I'm upside down. I forgot about that. Hold on. Okay, we're in focus now. My zoom, we zoomed out. Now let's throw our exposure down a little bit. I can always just move that a little bit higher for me. Okay. I'm good over here. Let me go ahead and I'm a little desaturated, but what are you gonna do? Hopefully this fixes itself when I go into my other screen. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a whole thing. There we go. Hey, I didn't have to do anything. Let's go. All right. We're gonna put our stuff away in consideration for how they might work in the future. The things that I just have to consider is that I want cards in this game to determine what items we're using. And that's all that really matters at this very point in time. How they're used is mechanically how things are going to work with them is none of the art's concern. It's just my desperate attempts to add more game to the game. There. Throw that down there. Collect this collection of clickety clackities. Throw them in my dice box. Put these coins back where they belong. Grab these pieces of paper and put them back with the other pieces of paper. Throw that on the side. Oh, the marker, right. Do with the rest of the markers. Oh, I can almost reach it from sitting position. Watch me disappear as I turn on my ceiling fan again. I'm gonna turn you off. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, that's fun. My ceiling fan I was just holding over there. All right. Okay. Well, we didn't figure it out. In fact, it simply did not work. I think we're moving forward. I think we're learning more and more and getting closer to a solution. It's just a matter of reaching it. My hair. Yes. It's my hair in a bun that keeps disappearing up there. Give me my pen. There we go. It's a lot less bright. Let me tell you that right now. Well, an attempt was made. Let me well, we'll keep that open just in case we have any ideas, but I need to open my sheets because we have to come up with some ideas. Oh, maybe I should have. Okay, let me put this back here. Let me pull this over because I'm gonna have to type. Mostly works. Yeah, that works. Okay, so I need 48 more options for just items we can have for as components for our little gremlins to make things with their heart's desire. At this very moment in time, I don't have any themes associated with the suits. I threw marbles and jacks and diamond because they're shiny. And maybe, honestly, maybe that's something we could do. Like clubs can be something that things that are, sorry, I forget that these are all plural. Our clubs could be something that are blunt items. Diamonds can be things that are shiny. Spades can be something that, like an actual utility item, maybe. Spades could be a tool of some sort, maybe. But I feel like no, yeah, blunt is a much broader. You do that, like blunt items. Diamonds can be shiny items. Maybe the items, let's say the items is implied. Spades are tools. And what do we have for hearts? Hearts, we have blunt items, shiny items, tools, and well, we have blunt items, tools, shiny items. What about like a category for like softer items, maybe? Maybe like a I don't know what I would call it. I'm thinking like blankets. I said like feathers earlier. Pillows maybe, cushions, chairs, like maybe plushies, like dolls and stuff like that. What would I classify that as? House items? That's our math from before. This was when we first figured out that our first idea wasn't going to work. This is our second idea. That is also now not going to work. Unless we circle back to this and our card is the thing that our card number is what passes or fails us. And maybe that feels better. And that if you pull a card, I don't know. Well, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Heart is house. Comfy items? I don't know. We're going to go with comfy to start with. All right. If you guys have any ideas that would fit into these 4 categories, something that is blunt, aka like bucket with a rope attached, maybe like a something that's not a tool, a like a pot, you know, or like a pan, a pots and pans, you know, those are blunt. Those are not technically tools, you know. As shiny items, we have marbles and jacks. I don't know how well this translates to you guys. A kettle, that's a good one. I like that. Although a kettle could also go under shiny, depending on what you consider. What else can be a blunt item? That's broad. I don't want to put this. I know I keep calling them villagers. But this doesn't, I don't want any of these items to be like specific to a time period. Things that are feasible to be used in whatever time period you want it to be, whether it's modern, old, even sci-fi. Like people are still going to be messing around with dice, and dice, marbles, jacks, you know, whatever. There's still going to be buckets are still going to be needed. You know, pots and pans are still going to be needed. A kettle, you know, a spade, like a shovel, a rake. I'm thinking of like a broom. I'm thinking of like things that could just be fun to have. Oh, the Nokia 951. Oh, silverware then. Silverware. Oh, and shiny. That's a good one. Silverware. I did a feather pillow is what I'll say. So you could use the feathers or the pillow or both of them. A large quilt, we'll say. Although I think all quilts are pretty large. I think that might come in the word. Oh, like a brick. A brick is pretty blunt. I'm gonna add a chair in there also. Oh, you know what? Let me do stool instead. Stool feels like a little bit more feasible that these little gremlins are going to get their hands on. I feel like some things are going to be implied that they exist in the home, like a chair, a table, doors, windows, shelving. Some of those things are going to be self-explanatory that you could use. Oh, another ad coming up soon. Ooh, a horn. A horn. Did I? I did not. Let me freeze. There we go. So we can always just see that. Things that are shiny, other shiny items. And like coins, maybe. Actually, you know what? Thumbtacks. Thumbtacks / nails, maybe. Well, as this ad plays, I'm gonna look up different names for thumbtacks. Are they all just called thumbtacks? Different names. 4 thumbtacks. I'll beg your finest pardon. I simply don't think you know what a thumbtack is, Word Hippo. I've never heard of you before, but I will not hear of you again. Push pins are other words for them. Types of tacks. Why are there so many? Have you ever gone down the aisle of an office supply store and wondered why there are so many different types of tacks? It seems simple enough. You have a cork sheet, you have something to hang, and you tack it up. So why the need for all the different types of tacks? Different tacks and pins serve different purposes. Believe it or not, they serve different purposes, guys. It's important to know what to use and what not to use when pinning something to your board in order to avoid damage. If using the correct type of pin, natural and colored boards both have the ability to hide pinholes by expanding after the pin is removed from the board. There's thumbtacks, there's mat pins, there's push pins, there's T-pins, there's finishing nails, there's staples. Well, the more you know. I don't think ever in my entire life have I ever had a mat pin. Should I buy some mat pins? I have a cork board. Oh, apparently thumbtacks are the ones with like the flat end that are like really thin and or really short and you just push in like that and they lay flat. Mat pins are the oh, I can show you guys. You guys don't have to live in wonderment. So these are our thumbtacks. We have our mat pins. These are our push pins. These are T-pins from model building, apparently. And also apparently for sewing. Then there's the finishing nails and hammers. Good, 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 good. And then staples. Make sure to inspect your pins, guys. Pins that have burrs or bent over points will pull off cork when they are removed. Oh no, which will cause the holes to be more obvious. Snagging on vinyl or fabric covered boards will cause the material to run, leaving unappealing ripples in the material. For best results, make sure you are using the correct tack for your job to avoid damage. I know I'm making fun of it. It's actually really very useful to know this type of thing. All right, so yeah, we'll just say pins. We'll say pins and nails, I think. Pins and nails. Okay, what else can we have here? So different types of tools. I mean, I guess a hammer. I feel like hammer is kind of, I don't want to do like hammer as a, I don't know, maybe a hammer. I'll put hammer in there. I didn't really want to do things that I expect you to just have anyways. But like they're gremlin size, right? Like these are all human size items. I say human, larger than them items. Oh, speaking of, if you're still here, Dan, when I didn't watch the portion where you went over the character sheet of or the character creation of Mothership. Is there any, does it say in Mothership anywhere explicitly that you have to be a human? Or is that kind of left ambiguous? I know all the art suggests you're a human, but since it is a space story, I have to wonder. I'm left wondering. Also, hi. Wool. Yarn. It's kind of left ambiguous, but one of the character types is also an android. Oh, is an android. Oh. Okay. Because I was definitely thinking about it. No options to play an alien race or a variant human, at least not in the base player's guides, yeah. But nothing that explicitly says not a human. I know it's very popular to create a system. Maybe it's not. Trooper will argue that it's actually not very popular anymore to do so. But that the differences between different like alien or different species, Trooper will argue is not as varied as it used to be. But I'm definitely team. I don't care what their stats are. I understand. We're talking about like everyone is playing a sentient otter. I understand that, but if the entire world is sentient, like if everyone you interact with it's a sentient otter, then who cares what the stats are? These stats are relative to that otter. Because in my mind, let me tell you where I'm approaching this from. Because when I was listening to, I'm not a scary person. I don't like scary things. Scary things are scary, and I don't like being scared. So I tend to not be huge into scary things. And so when I was listening to you go through the book earlier, oh my God, Nightbot showing up again. Let's go. I was like, where do we, a beautiful way to say it. Scary things do be scary. Look, sometimes there's people that like really are adamant about their scary things. And being scary. And I just, I thought I would make my position clear that the reason I don't like scary things is not because they're too scary. It's that I don't like being scared. And when something is scary, I get scared. And therefore I don't like that sensation. It's not that I haven't watched the right thing, it's that I don't like being scared. I know we're all cool here. We're here. I know here in this little community, we're all very cool. But there's some people who aren't cool about it. So I just, sometimes I just got to make sure, if I'm going to say the spiel, we're all going to have to hear the spiel. But yeah, so I don't like being scared. So when I was listening to you talk about it, I was thinking about ways to make it less scary for me, because it sounds fun. The system sounds fun. But I was just like, like what would the happy place in my brain have to be to like enjoy the rule set and the concept? Let's see. Oh, I'm a big horror fan, but I get it because I am also a squeamish baby boy and I don't like being scared alone. But with the right couple of friends, I think better than some big spoops. I love that for you. I don't like it in any shape or form. In fact, I think I would hate being scared around people more than I would being alone. And so I was thinking like, oh, like what could like the settling factor be here to make this less scary in my mind as we discuss this? And I was just like, oh, what if everything's the exact same except now instead of humans, you guys are just a bunch of no, I don't want them to be anthropomorphic, but like just that thing but sanding, and smart. I was just like, what if like cute cuddly animal? And I was like, I wonder if there's anything explicitly within the system that prevents you from just being a species of spacefaring otters, you know? Like I said, everything is the exact same except you remove the human from the picture and you bring in a cuddly squirrel or a mixture of all of them, and just don't fuck with anything. But that's what I was thinking of. That was on my brain as you were talking about the system. Like a little over halfway through, near the end, I was just like, I wonder. Oh, it was when you were killing when Average Adam, or I think that's what you named them, or Andy, Average Andy, Andy Average. When they got their shit rocked by that alien, I started thinking about it. That's about the time when that happened. Shovel, rake, broom, hammer. We'll do like a hose. And I was curious. I was like, I wonder if. Let's do bouncy balls, maybe. Not to be confused with marbles. Dude, my right hand is it's just being such a baby. It doesn't want to bend because my hands, so in the winter my hands get really dry. And like immediately, as soon as the humidity leaves the air, immediately my hands go really dry and they start cracking. And so uh my hand just becomes a real big baby and it doesn't want to like have the small things. It doesn't even hurt that much, but it doesn't want to like do anything to like stretch the injuries or the cracks or anything. Yeah, I think that what I like most about Mothership is how well the rules fit to the type of scary, brutal game they want to run, but also there are these brilliant little design things that can be brought out in almost any other game. But also, yeah, the rule set is determined to give you a very specific horror experience. Nothing in the rule says you can't be giant space otters, but those otters are going to have a bad time. Yeah, exactly. But like sometimes that's all you need, right? Like sometimes if you remove the human aspect from it, it becomes a little less scary for some people. Some people being me. Um um like oh my god, what is it called? The hold on. Like the brave little toaster. Hey, do you remember the brave little toaster? Um Remember that movie? We all remember the brave little toaster? And like that vacuum was terrifying. You know, like y'all remember that scene? Y'all remember the scene with the fucking vacuum? That shit was terrifying. And they were a toaster, I think like a heating blanket maybe, and I think what the fuck are you? Are you an wait, what the fuck are you? No, not maybe no, maybe it wasn't the vacuum. What was it? There was something that was terrifying in there. Oh, one of them is a like a Pixar lamp. Was it a car? Oh, it was when they were being dragged into when they were in the junkyard and everything was getting smushed. But that's not the scene. There is this particular scene that was so scary to me as a kid. I don't remember what it was. I'm like Googling it. There are a whole host of both fan-made and first-party extra zines and adventures. I'd be surprised if there weren't some variation where you get to play something other than human. Now I'm curious. We'll have to check. I am glad other people agree with me that this movie was scary. It was a scary movie. I don't know if you guys remember the Brave Little Toaster. But you see this bitch? That's the Brave Little Toaster. This motherfucker had a goddamn time. I thought this was a Bluth movie, but I guess it's not. Oh, that's right. The air conditioner committed suicide. I remember that was a terrifying scene. Oh, that was just a sad scene too. That's the thing I was thinking of. It's this guy. This scared me so bad. I didn't even remember the clown looking firefighters. Haunting scene. I completely forgot about this motherfucker. This was terrifying. The being gutted for parts. Also very scary. But specifically, I remember this. That was terrifying. Anyways, but all it was a perspective switch, right? They still had a terrifying time and went fucking through it, but with just some things like flavored a little differently. And it's like I said, I don't think that from any of the rules that I listened to you talk about, Dan, I don't think there's anything particular in Mothership that would just like be the rules would need to be changed at all. Or anything really had to be different if you were just simply a different spacefaring species. I know some people always want to change the stats of everything to fit different species, but I don't necessarily always agree with that. Especially if you just have a singular spacefaring species that you're covering. And now if you introduce other things, then like maybe, yeah, you're going to have to adjust some stuff, but also you don't necessarily have to. Anyways, we need to at least get this done today. We at least need to fill this out, so I will stop distracting myself. But another thing that's blunt is a lantern. That's another blunt item. And some candle holders are shiny. It is. I bear the scars of seeing it as a child. Agreed. You could probably maybe give it some minor flavoring so they have something they can do that sets them apart from humans, but not strictly necessary. True. Yeah, it's like. And that way, I mean, obviously you don't have an issue with it, but like for people like me who might be a little too freaked out by real humans or like a human going through it, adding that extra layer of sci-fi, making it a little more removed from reality, makes it a little less scary while still being able to enjoy the system. But I was just thinking about it. I mean, you know. I doubt anyone is ever going to come up to me and be like, hey, do you want to run a game of Mothership where we're all spacefaring otters? And like, that's probably not a pitch I'm ever going to hear. But in my brain, I was like, that could be something. That might be something. You could do an all Android game as well. Yeah. I feel like androids are still very much feel very attached to human, even though they are android. Because a lot of androids are made in the image of human. I wasn't expecting this to pop up in this playlist. I don't even know what I'm listening to, what this playlist is. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's just called an upbeat mix. You played Ride in this bitch. What do you mean this is upbeat? Yeah, so I was just thinking about it. Combine Android and Anther, and we have a mothership matchup that no one asked for. I would probably bet real money that there is a FNAF mothership mashup probably out there. There is a surprising amount of FNAF TTRPG content out there in the world. I would not be surprised. True. I also didn't realize that they just recently made like their stuff. Like the oney, the new well, I guess not that, but like they put out. I recently saw the Kickstarter. When I was looking at it today, I saw the Kickstarter that they did a couple of years back now, to release, I guess, the different box sets of Mothership. And I did not realize how recent in history that was. Scissors is a good one. Is that how you spell scissors? Did I get it in one? I think we got it in one. Let's go. Speaking of shiny, knitting needles, that's what they're called. A pin cushion in tools. Yeah, Mothership is just a couple years old. It and stuff like Shadow Dark sort of exploded into the scene over the past 2-3 years. Yeah, I definitely thought Mothership was much older. It feels older, you know? Like the art style and stuff. When I'm looking at it through the eyes of the stream that you provided, I was like, this looks very old. Like the way everything was organized felt very like Mech-Tunny in age. Did I eat dinner? I did not. It's the OSR styling inspirations that gave him the old school feel. Yeah. That and the fact that they had a lot of the information up front. I cannot, let me tell you one of my biggest gripes right now with a lot of new TTRPGs that have come out in the last few years. I cannot stand when they put the character sheet in the middle of the fucking book or like all of the information I need for my character that I'm going to be using. This was I was talking to Trooper after we had played a game that had just recently released from Kickstarter that he had received. And one of my biggest gripes, aside from the styling in the book, was the fact that none of the information I cared for as a player was easily accessible. It was a player's handbook, and none of the information was in a location that was useful to me. It was all like, why provide me a guide that is useless to me in play. Why would you give me something that I have to go through the index to find the item, find the table where all this information is relevant to me? Like, it was, and worse yet, when it's all over the place in the fucking book. Like, all of the combat things are all over the book. Like, some of them are at the beginning, some of them are in the middle, some of them are at their end, but you know what? They're not all fucking together in a table that's useful to me. It drives me insane. Why provide a guide that's useless? What you have provided me is a book with random tables in the middle of them. I don't mind reading about your setting. I don't mind reading the lore and the world building associated with what you're providing me. I do not need that to interfere with the things that are relevant to me as a player. Because if I own the book in front of me, or I have the PDF, but even just thinking about it as a book, if I have the book in front of me, I want it there as a reference book. It is a reference book for me to pick up during play, during a fight, during an encounter, where I can flip through it quickly during someone else's turn and be like, what does this book rules about shoving someone is? You know, like, what is the equivalent of shoving or grappling in this game, and let me see what a role that would be. Or someone just gave me their blessing in that game, right? Let me flip through the book and see what a blessing is. And now typically, if I have the physical book and I'm playing with people, I probably am going to tab those pages and I'm going to flip to them, but I'm not going to tab every single instance of it. I'm not going to have 20 tabs just for one thing. I would like to have one tab and know that that's the area where that information is. I want a tab for, this is where my weapons are. Boom, there's my table for weapons. I could go on and on about how terrible some of these layouts are. So when you showed off the beginning of the book and showed off that right, boom, bam, right there is all the information I needed, I almost cried. It was so good. That's all I ask. Either you put it at the front of the book or the back of the book. None of this like in the middle of the book. And all over the place. I don't need that. Stop that. That's useless to me as a player. It's absolutely useless. Especially when I'm trying to, I'm sure, you read way more long TTRPGs than I do. I don't really give them the time of day very often. But especially when you're going through it to try and get like a vibe of what the game is and what the rules are and stuff like that. If I have to read 200 pages to understand what your rules are, I'm not doing that. I'm going to flip through your book and read approximately at most 20 pages to get an idea of what the rule system in your game is. I'll flip through the pages, but if it's interspersed within 200 pages where like little line here and the little line there and oh, that's a little table right here sprinkled in just for flavor, I'm not going to read it. That's inaccessible. For me, flipping through your book to decide whether or not I want to play your system. Because I have effectively learned nothing. Anyways, it's something that annoys the hell out of me. And speaking of things that annoy the hell out of me, I'll tell you the AI story on the other side of the ad break. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and come up with 6 items before the ad is over. And that way I can feel like we're making some progress here. Starting with comfy items. 1,000 pages, 1 word per page. No, fucking for real, man. It's so frustrating. Especially because, like, some of the systems I've seen that try to, like, have a solid 200 words on 1 page. Or, like, beginning to end, and they look like a college textbook. Like, just pure text on the page, and all of it is useless to someone who is using the book as a reference guide. It's so frustrating. Collection of hats. I'm thinking beanies, but it could be any kind of hat. I think that would be funny. Wait, collection of left socks. I think that works. Collection of hats. Mothership is a masterpiece in design, honestly, compared to so many others, yeah. 1,000%. 1,000%. I very much like the design of it. Okay, clubs, blunt. Things that are blunt. Items that are blunt. Oh, I didn't do a potted plant was something I wanted to do. What else is blunt? And like gremlin size is the other thing. It can't be too big. Or like it can be carried by several gremlins, but not too many now. Ooh, fruits? I bet you fruits would be a good one. A bag of whole day old fruits. Whole fruits. Okay, a spade. Okay, tool. Scissors, rake, broom, hammer, hose. Varying collection of bolts. Welcome back. Hi. I agree that Mothership is a masterpiece in design, honestly, compared to so many others. It's just very well laid out. And like someone who likes playing games and uses physical books, I don't even use physical. I don't own any TTRPGs in physical anymore. So if I can recognize, because I flip through a lot of PDFs and that's annoying. And a lot of the times I recognize that things are easier when you have the physical book. It's why I tend to just screenshot a lot of things and put them in OneNote and then flip through my OneNote instead. But when that becomes a difficulty for me, like I was doing this one shot with this new game. I don't even remember the name of it at this point. And I was like, okay, I typically just create a broad character and the rules in general, and then like I go for it. When it's a one shot, I don't go too in depth with it. But things kept happening that I needed to like re-refer to certain things in the book. I could never find them. And there was one thing I never found. Never found it. And so I just never used the resource. And then after the fact, when we were doing like a recap of like what we liked and what we didn't like about it, that was one of the things I mentioned. And I found it completely not at all where the rest of the information was. It was, I think, like 18 pages later in such an inopportune location. It was a nightmare. Anyway, so if we go back to yesterday in this entire AI talk we had, today they and maybe yesterday they put out the picture. I don't know. Again, I don't really follow the news anywhere right now. I'm getting a lot of information secondhand, but the person who murdered who assassinated got rid of the United Healthcare CEO, that person They put out like a picture, like a surveillance picture of them. And they, typical person just wearing, I mean, it's cold in New York right now. So they had like a normal looking jacket with like a thing covering, the bottom half of their face. And all you could really see like is like this part of their head and with their forehead and not even their hair really. And I think they like had a bag with them. Oh, whatever. But they put out that picture, and today they put out another picture where apparently they were picking up coffee from a coffee shop, and it's a picture of someone wearing a very similar looking jacket. And the person was smiling at the barista as they waited for their stuff. But like the jacket wasn't the same. The bag that they were carrying wasn't the same, nor did the person look the same. In fact, it just looked like your typical attractive person who was flirting with a barista. Like that's what it looked like. In comparison to the first picture they put out. And like it struck me as odd as I looked at it, but I was like, maybe it's just, they've got a bang inside profile. Like, what can I say? You can barely see their eyebrows in the first one. And I saw a video in which they were comparing it to, because I was looking at it on my phone, a screenshot on my phone on a video on TikTok. So I was like, surveillance pictures are always hard to kind of like figure it out. Well, someone popped up in a video almost right before I started stream, and they were talking about how about the strategies that the police were invoking in order to try and find this the suspect. And they first started out with this press conference earlier today in which like they heavily praised almost the like they really hard glazed the shooter. And then later in the day they said that they were getting really close to getting him, when earlier in the day they were just like, if anyone has any information on him, make sure to like let us know. They're really good at what they do. Oh my god, did you even see what they did? And then that same day later in the day they were like, oh, we're getting really close to getting them. But if you see anything about them, make sure to let us know. And so this person was just like, well, those are just two typical strategies. One that you use to try and get the person to make a mistake by feeding their ego, and then the second one is to and then the second one is to kind of try to shake them. Yeah, Allison's NYC and see nothing for 10K. No one saw nothing. Especially with all the terms and conditions on when you get to 10K. Absolutely the fuck not. But yeah, so the person was just like, yeah, it's like we're going from like the police don't know shit. They don't know anything. They're invoking the, we're getting close to catching him in order to get try to get him to make a mistake, to make him move faster, right? But they don't know shit. And then they pulled up both of the pictures and put them side by side, and it's so very obvious it's not the same person. And he said if he had to bet, he bets that the NYPD made an AI image of, took a bunch of surveillance and threw it into AI and got this person, this average looking man, and put it behind a surveillance image. And so now this average looking citizen is out there that's about to get harassed because there's a bajillion and 5 people who live in New York City. And I've already seen at least 3 people on my For You page who look very similar to this supposed image of the suspect. And one of them was a woman. So like, it's just, and I was like, no, yeah, I can 1,000% see that this image would be AI. I could 1,000% see them just creating, instead of having like a sketch, they just have an AI image. NYPD has one of the largest, not the largest budget of any police force, and they can't catch a person who shot a CEO. Not only shot a CEO at 7 a.m. in downtown Manhattan, outside of basically a Starbucks. Then got away on an e-bike that they originally thought he rented, but in fact probably owns or owned, um or was somebody else's, who knows. It's like, also, here's the thing, he didn't just like, he shot this guy, apparently, as secondhand information. Again, I haven't looked anything up. Apparently, he shot this guy from 20 feet away with a suppressor on his gun, then walked up to him after he got shot, and shot him again and emptied the clip into him. So he shot him for 20 feet away, then walked up to him and shot him some more, and then walked away, got in his e-bike and just left. Like, in the middle of Manhattan, in the middle of the morning. Like, I'm no expert in New York City, but what I feel I hear all the time about New York City is that there's people everywhere, always. So like, this man's not getting found, is what I'm saying. Budget bigger than some country's military. No budget to house the unhoused. Can't catch a dude who shot someone in broad daylight. Love watching my taxes in action. Truly. It's like, it's an absolute joke that this man just killed someone in broad daylight. Not only just a someone, like you said, a CEO. Everybody thought, oh, he must be a cop. honestly, that's why there's a lot of speculation about who this man is. I'm just like, this is a regular Joe Schmo. I fully 1000% believe this is just someone with a little bit of training. Like, I don't think this is, like, I think this is someone who's a little bit competent, who had a plan and executed it. Like, I don't think, like, some people think this is a hitman because he was so professional about it. I'm like, I don't think so. I think you guys really underestimate how much people know about guns in this country. I also think you guys highly underestimate how many people have been in the military in this country. Or have parents, siblings, guardians, loved ones, friends who were in the military. Slash how many games we have, how much military propaganda games we have out there. Like, I don't think it's that hard, especially with incompetence. And the one thing we've always known about cops and a lot of these cold cases, they're cold because cops are idiots. Like, it's not because the person was a genius and got away. It's that the cops were incompetent. And due to their negligence for evidence, the person got away. It's just, it makes them look better if the person was a genius. NYPD is terrible, but so are so many fucking people. I mean, you need like very little training to become a cop, anywhere. The NYPD has one of the, believe it or not, one of the more rigorous, training, systems in the US, but, it doesn't take a lot to become a cop. It's actually wildly easy to become a cop. Also wildly easy to join the military. But yeah, military training is not that hard to come by. It's just like, none of it's hard to come by. All you need to do is just come up with a little bit of a plan and boom, you got it. Obviously, clearly, that's all you need. Also, another striking thing is that not a singular person gave a shit about this man dying. Not a singular person gave a shit about him dying. Gang members have joined the military to get training in the past. Yeah, absolutely. I saw a joke from... Oh, I always forget his name. I mean, I forget everybody's name. I'm not a name person. Hold on. Oh, right now he was just doing a whole thing. I don't know what the Jon Stewart show used to be called. The Daily Show? Is he still doing the Daily Show? I thought he quit the Daily Show. I guess maybe it's not the Daily Show. He's in. No, he is in the Daily Show. It is this guy. What is his name? I need to know this man's name so I can tell the story, so I can give him credit for this. What was a joke, but he literally just made it. What the fuck? I'm gonna have, at this point, I'm gonna have an easier time fucking finding. Let me just go to TikTok. It'll take me less time to find this man's name. Anyway, well, this man made a joke, like, literally a couple of days ago. In which he talked about, there we go. God, I could have guessed this name faster. So this guy named, I guarantee you the CEO has done far worse to folks than they killed him. Oh, absolutely. I have zero remorse about this guy. Yep, as a country, we've all come together to say, good, fuck that guy. Who's next? Well, the thing that's astonishing is that literally no one gave a fuck about this guy. The CFO, he had a meeting that morning, that CEO, that was 30 minutes after he died. That meeting still happened with the CFO and the people in the building he was going to. His job was up and ready to go on LinkedIn hours after he died. In an interview that his wife did, she was very kind of just like not too worried about the fact that she didn't seem too caught up about the fact that he died. And those are arguably the two places where he would get the most sympathy, but he didn't. But there is this comedian named Josh Johnson who recently made a joke about, like, literally just made a joke about how gangs kind of have office hours. That was like his joke. Like, gangs have office hours. Which, if you've ever been in an area, that's kind of like concerning. Yeah, she's not too broken up about it. I agree. I literally stepped over his body to have their meeting. Man, I hope I managed to never go back to the corpos, right? But yeah, so he makes this joke about, like, gangs kind of have office hours. And, if you know, you know. And so he's like, yeah, it's like, if you get shot up in the middle of the day, if you call your homie up in the middle of the day and you're like, I just got shot, pick me up, you're going to get picked up quickly. Your home is gonna be like, oh shit, yeah, I'll be there, I'll be right there, and they'll peel out of there in like as they're on their phone and get to you pretty quickly. But if you were to call somebody at like 3 a.m. and you call someone and you're like, hey, yo, I just got shot, I need you to come pick me up, the person on the other end of the phone is gonna be like half asleep. They're not really gonna be like in it, right? Like, I'm like, yeah, sure. And he did it's a really funny sketch that he did, or a really funny joke that he did, a stand-up. And that you're probably not going to get picked up at like 4 a.m. if you call somebody up. That is way too early. But also, what are you doing? Or I think he said even earlier. I think he said 5. I think he said later. I think he might have said 5 a.m. And then like his second point was just like, but also, what are you doing to have gotten shot at 5 a.m.? Like, someone had to set their alarm to wake up, to go and drive to wherever you were, find you and shoot you up, and then drive away. Like, what did you do to that person to have them set an alarm to go kill you or to go shoot you up? Like, and I had literally just watched that, and like it literally just came out. It was 3 days ago he did this sketch. So when I heard about when this guy got killed, that was the first thing that came to my mind, was this man set an alarm to get up and to go kill you. And then he went about the rest of his day. Like, exactly. Like, everyone's just like, I hope I never live a life where someone sets an alarm to kill me. Yeah, you don't get shot at 6:45 a.m. if you've lived a good life. Exactly. It's just like, that shit's mad wild. The fact that I thought it was like during lunch hours, because I didn't find out about it till late, because again, I don't have a news source that feeds me information anymore. So I found out about it like mid-afternoon, evening time. So I just kind of assumed it was like he was getting out of work kind of hour, or like during lunchtime, a reasonable time to get shot up. No, that's when early, like, didn't even get to work. Shot him before he got to work. Like, damn. Yeah, it's just like, no one is cut up about him dying. If you've ever needed a bigger reason as to corporations don't give a fuck about you, that is the biggest one. That is the biggest example of no corporation is ever going to give a fuck about you. Do not give your life to them, because they would step over your still warm body as you bleed out to death at their doorstep. So, although that man did not bleed out, that man died. That man made sure that man was fucking dead. So yeah, it's wild. It's a wild scenario. And the more I find out about it, the more I'm just like, I'm almost impressed. I am impressed about the entire situation, for good and for bad, on all sides. Okay. But yeah, so that was an example of AI that I heard of today that I was like, I hadn't even thought about. No, I did think about that. We mentioned it yesterday, or the day before, when we talked about AI. I think it was yesterday. We talked about how long is it going to take until people start making fake surveillance pictures or suspect photos using AI. I'm not saying they did. I'd have to look at the picture a little bit longer to really get a good idea of it, but that man was a little too pretty. And given as to a lot of people were calling him Jake Gyllenhaal. And I was thinking about the guy from, the fucking show was in my head for a millisecond. I've been thinking about it all fucking day. Oh my God. Okay, it was a show that was on in like the mid, like around the same time that Veronica Mars was on TV. It was this guy, racially ambiguous, bushy eyebrows, little more squinty eyes. But they were GLaDOS. They were blue, I think, or maybe green. And he had really curly hair, and he always wore like a Hawaiian shirt, always open in the middle, like real skinny guy. Um, and he was like a sleazebag on that show. I didn't watch the show. He was like a sleazebag with the show in the show with a bunch of his friends, that were also sleazebags. What is this guy's name? Oh, what is his name? Or what was the show's name? What do you think I get if I just Google? With black curly hair. He was like a fucking, is it this guy? But I thought he looked like a different actor. And I was just like, oh, this is not the, no, none of those guys. Yeah, I don't know who, fuck. But I definitely thought he was that man. Um, when I first saw that picture, which I think says a lot more than anything else. Oh, this motherfucker. What's this guy's name? What's this bitch's name? Adrian Grenier is who I thought he was when I first saw the picture. Oh, let me look at some of these photos. I don't know if you guys have seen the pictures of this guy, the ones that apparently he showed up with, the suspect. But when I first saw his side profile, I was like, oh, he looks a lot like this motherfucker from back in the day. This Adrian Grenier fellow. I didn't verify anything past this point, so we'll just stick here. That's who I thought he looked like. A lot of people saw Jake Gyllenhaal from that side profile. And I was like, yeah, I see it. And that almost further makes me believe that this motherfucker is just it just makes me believe that this fellow is AI. Here, I'll provide you a photo if you guys have not seen this particular image that I'm talking about. This is the image that everyone is seeing and talking about. It is suspicious we can't see his hands. But it's just like none of this is like helpful in the long run about who this man is, who this person is. A lot of people have been joking that, oh yeah, that looks like something that obviously doesn't look like him. I'm not even trying to make one of those jokes. I just think that he looks like an ambiguous gentleman. Okay, it's been 30 minutes. I've made no progress here. I'm going to fill out 2 of these lines. We're going to fill out 2 of these lines by the time you come back. Or at least as far as we can get. Okay, so comfy items, comfy items, comfy items. Dolls. I haven't even come up with a doll yet. Let's see, blunt items. Blunt items. Something that you would have. Oh, a shoehorn for a shoehorn for, that's 2 words, right? Has to be. A blunt item. A stone figurine. Shiny. What is another shiny thing? What else is shiny in this world? That could be useful. Maybe something with springs. What would be like a good, useful thing that has a bunch of springs on it? I'm looking around my room as if I have a lot of things. Like a welder's torch almost? I don't know. Maybe we do pigeons. Maybe we do like pigeons. Maybe that's a good thing. Let's do game rings. What would you call them? Oh, let's do horseshoes. Actually, horseshoes are probably easier to explain as something you hook on things. Welcome back. Welcome back. I did not fill in 2 lines. I tried though. I filled out 1. We're getting, if we do nothing else tonight, is at least get this all figured out so we can just full speed ahead make the start drawing the stuff tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday? Yeah, tomorrow. Oh, what's a nice, a noble effort. I appreciate it. What is a nice comfy item you might have that's not... Maybe I should just do feathers. Let me do feathers here. So I could do pillow down here. Or pillows. Pillows are cumbersome, but they're not heavy. For our little gremlins. Okay, what else? What else could be translated pastime? That would also be useful in a Rube Goldberg machine. That's the other, like, revising thing we're going to have to look through this list again. Ooh, like hangers? Clothing hangers? Ooh, for blunt, let's do like a mannequin. Try not to scratch. I'm itchy. My face is itchy because it's dry. But if it gets itchy, I just need to put like more cream on it. And I just need to not scratch. Ooh, belt for like the shiny thing. What would you call a belt that you put on yourself? Does that have like a name for it? Like a pants belt? Um, Pant belt, maybe? Belt pants? In that same vein, suspenders. We're gonna do suspenders over here. Okay. All right. We're making some progress. I'm trying to think of things that like can connect things. Also, I'm trying to think of the name for like a chute, essentially. Like you can put like a ball into it and it'll like go boop, 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 kind of like a straw, or like the ones in fountains that like get filled with water and then they tip over and they drip all their water down, or spill all their water when they get tipped to the side, and then they bounce back up until they get full again and they drop again. I'm trying to think about what those are called, but I can't think of them at the moment. Nor can I think of something that like would serve a similar purpose. Ooh, brush. A brush probably can go into blunt. A brush. What else? What else? Oh my god, Nightbot. It took an hour for you to show up again, but you know what? Better than nothing. I'm also trying to think of like what a good like music playing item would be. If like a vinyl would be, technically probably like a wax cylinder is more accurate. Wax cylinders still exist today, so like I mean it could be. Wax cylinders are just round cylindrical vinyls, essentially. Something rubber, something made out of rubber. Like a tire. Oh, a tire is also a good scoop. Good scoop energy. What is a lathe? Look up what a lathe is. No, you would not have a lathe. Lathes is good. We have a hose. We already have a hose up here. I didn't specify garden hose. We do have a hose. In my mind, I was thinking about how I was going to word the rules, because you are going to go with, like, you're going to enter the home with the tools necessary to build this machine. So I'm assuming you have all the items you need, but you're probably not going to have, but to reason, right? You're not going to have a lathe. You're not going to carry a lathe with you. And I was right. You're not going to carry a lathe with you. Those things are fucking huge, apparently. Ah, good. Yes. I know I can't, I don't have them all on screen. I don't know if I could do anything. I could do full screen. Ooh, I don't know if it shows on the screen though. Oh, it does. I could also do this. Bookmarks. Hide. Dismiss. There we go. We get a little bit more room there. You can almost see all of them. Yeah, we have clothing hangers. I see. Great minds. Ooh, company. We're gonna do some wreaths. Is that how you spell wreath? Wreath. No wreaths. No es. Just s. Wreath. Well, let's just do a wreath. Because this is also during solstice time, aka around Christmas time. So there are going to be things probably out that don't exist otherwise. Ornaments, that's a good one. Ornaments is a good one. Ornaments under shiny. I like it. I like it. Ooh, we're coming up to near the end. I like it. I like it. I'm also trying to think of like different workers, like tools that aren't construction tools. That's another way I'm trying to take my brain in order to fill some of this out. Which is how I got shoehorn. And the mannequin, actually, and the pincushion. You know what? We could do wheel. I think wheel is a good way to phrase it instead of having to say tires. A wheel, and you interpret that as you will. Tires, we have hoses, ties, and tires and hoses. Maybe we can have typewriters as a tool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, sure. I'm willing to have a typewriter. I'd love to see what somebody comes up with that. A typewriter. I'm trying to think of other. I know a lot about Christmas, but I don't know much about other denominations. I guess like candle holders, you can think about that as Jewish. Dreidels would probably be a little too on the nose. Since we're sticking with like medieval home level tech, but avoiding outright electronics, sound like yeah, exactly. It's like something that you could have. You know, you could kind of come up with a way to have it in the medieval home, but you could also have it like in space if you really want. All things that feasibly you could have as like also things that you feasibly have as like in your home. Something that could just straight up be yoinked out of your home, and used for this. Used for shenanigans. Yeah, and also just like making things sound like they could be electronics, but not directly electronics. And can feasibly be carried by 2 to 3, 3 to 5 gremlins, 1 to 5 gremlins. I think 5 is probably the maximum amount of gremlins you have in your little group. But gremlins in this setting are tiny. It would take 2 of them together to get into a normal sized chair. Doorknobs would be fun for shiny. I like that. Doorknobs. I like it. I like it for the last shiny. The other hard thing is choosing things that don't fall like in the same category as each other. Because I keep trying to think of like balls. I just keep thinking of more things that could be used as balls. But I've already have marbles. I already have bouncy balls. And they serve a very similar purpose, but at least bouncy balls bounce. So ideally you'd want to like drop those from somewhere. You even have a bag of whole fruits, but like I feel it can come with other reasons why that would be a thing. That's a whole other thing that I'm struggling with, choosing things that I don't already have, but just phrased differently, essentially. Yeah, we could do books. We could do books. We could do a stack of books. I think that would work. All right, let me think of some comfy items. Decoration items. Things that you don't need but are nice to have. Maybe a saddle? A saddle could probably go also in spades. I also have bolts. I'm not very happy with bolts. I think I want to change out bolts, which is in tools. What else could we have? No, I think I'm gonna throw a mirror somewhere in here. Literally just looking around my apartment now, like doorknobs, books, dice. Yeah, I also almost put in dice. But they serve as a very similar purpose to like jacks. I just said something and it's gone from my brain forever. Well, a mirror, mirror, mirror. I'm gonna throw that under blunt. I don't know what you come up with mirror, but I'd love to see what people come up with that one. Yeah, same. I'm like looking around, trying to think of like what I would have. It's why I'm trying to think of like different professions, like what would they have in their like studios. Um, Thinking of different like walks of life, like people who work on ranches and stuff like that. What would they have? Um that would kind of fit in theme of being like dangerous, but not directly like cartoon dangerous. Bolt and saddle, I'm not happy with, are two of the things that I think I want to redo. Bolt is up here and saddle is down here. So there's an extra tool and 2 comfy items that we have left to go. See, I told you guys this would be just like coming up with, if you don't know the state song and you just have to think of all 50 states in the United States and write them out in a list. It's always the last ones that get you. Now, it's always quick to get started, but always hard to end. Or like, what have I not said? It's always Wyoming. Wyoming's always the one you're going to forget. If you don't have some sort of learning tool still stuck in your head about it. What is a machine you would have? Also, like, leisure items, what did people do to pass time, you know? All things that I'm trying to consider as we think of these last little items. Maybe like a bag of some sort. I'm thinking like a hardy bag that you could carry around with you. Like not like a normal purse or a book bag or like a backpack or something like that. Something a little hardier. I just don't know what I would call it. Like the kind of material you would put on like the back of a horse. Yeah, like a sack. A sack of some sort. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of a word to add to the word sack, so I just don't write sack on there. Like a leather sack maybe is what we write it as. A satchel maybe? Is satchel the same thing? Or is that like a book bag? No, it's like a book bag. Fuck. Our canvas sack. True. All very, very true. I'm thinking like in my mind, I'm thinking like when you're watching an anime or something, you know, like the sack of coins that people usually carry around. I'm thinking that, but a little bit bigger. But maybe like burlap sacks is kind of like an easier thing to write or to like explain away in this universe. Maybe ink. Ink could be a good one as like a. We don't really have any liquids around here, mostly because I just expect you to use like water if you want it, but ink feels cruel. Let's not do ink. I thought ink, but then I've changed my mind. I'm right. I like if you just want it, just use water. Water is again a free resource. A lot of things I think are just free resources that I would like people to utilize, like fire, candles, which is what I'm assuming you're going to use for fire, water that you're probably going to put in like a bucket or something. All of that I feel is fairly, that's all game. That's all fairly easy to get your hands on. What do we, oh man, comfy and 2 tools, a whisk. I'm willing to put whisk in. I'm willing to put whisk in. I'm currently resisting like putting a ladle in. Because we already have like pots, pans, a bucket, a kettle, even the potted plant. All of those things are very feasible for you to use as some sort of moving or holding a liquid type item. Every Rube Goldberg machine needs a superfluous whisk somewhere. True. This is my favorite and only Ed Sheeran song I like. I don't really like Ed Sheeran a ton, but I'm a big fan of the song. I don't know how well you can hear the music though. I'm assuming it's just like low key. All right, down to the last 2. I'm trying to think of like some stick items, you know? Things that could be used like a pinwheel almost. Maybe I just do a pinwheel. Like a spinner, something that spins. Something that like a ball can fall onto and trigger something else because it'll just immediately go whoop. Maybe I'll just call it. We'll just do pinwheel. Pinwheel, I feel works well enough. And then our last item, aka something comfy, something fabricy, something decoration, something for funsies you would have in your home. We have things such as feathers, a quilt, a stool, wool, yarn. We're snoozing that. Yarn, collection of left socks, hats, dolls, pillows, suspenders, wreath, burlap sack. Honestly, comforter. What about like a frame, like a picture frame? Because that's definitely something you hang on the wall, and you can have something fall on one side of it, and it'll definitely slide off. Because you can just like adjust it, however, and it'll always just be leaning a little bit. Comforter. I feel like that might be a little too close to a quilt. I went with quilt. It was originally going to be a blanket. That could work. Curtains too, maybe? Ooh, curtains. I like curtains. Curtains are good. Let's do curtains here instead of wool. And then we will do a picture frames here for this last one. There we go. We got all 52 done. We'll definitely go over these as we draw them to go through our last our final editing pass to see if they feel good. Yay! Yeah. So we have a bucket with rope. I'm just gonna call that bucket with rope. We have marble, shovel, feathers, pots and pans, jacks, rake, quilt. I put large quilt, but we don't need that qualifier. Kettle, silverware, broom, stool, brick, coins, hammer, curtains, horn, pins and nails, hose, yarn, lantern, bouncy balls, scissors, collection of left socks, potted plant, candle holder, pin cushion, collection of hats, a bag of whole fruits, knitting needles, whisk, dolls, stone figurine, pittance, shoehorn, pillows, mannequin, horseshoes, clothing hangers, suspenders, brush, pant belts, wheel, wreath, stack of books, ornaments, typewriter, burlap sack, mirror, doorknobs, pinwheel, and picture frames. Overall, it feels like a pretty solid list of things. But there's definitely things we could like exchange out for other things in the future. But I'm happy with that. You know, we once again dismantled one of my ideas for the game. But you know, it happens. We're not going to win all of them. We're simply not going to win them all. Alas. Yeah, it's good. Can be fine-tuned. Exactly. So, it's still time. We still have plenty of time. The only deadline is my own. It's my deadline of December 18th. And to be fair, so long as I get the cards done, everything else is going to be so fucking easy to get done. There's going to be nothing. No, it's never gonna. I'm like, everything else can be changed up until the day, I think. I don't think there's anything in particular that I need. I'll probably just like, I'll probably program a couple of like a coin flipper. Maybe I'll get around to doing the dice this time around. Probably not. I wouldn't bet on it, but Roll20 always exists, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, so it's a whole thing. I'm very excited to continue making this, continue fine-tuning, continue figuring it out. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night. For sure. Thank you so much for all your help, Dan. Have a good rest of your evening. And for everyone else, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye. And thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys, lurkers, and everybody else. And there's the ad. All for watching. Lurkers, ad watchers, and everyone else. I appreciate you guys a whole lot. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Let me do that one over here. This is PB. Add some, oh, nope, that was, oh, those are the rips. Get rid of the rips. All right. And hey, everyone else who is here, my subs and non-ad watchers, my turbo viewers, hi, welcome. I hope you guys are doing well today. Thank you guys for watching and hanging out. I really appreciate it. I know that these streams get to be a little bit chaotic at times, but I feel like that's just what creating these games are. It's just a little bit of chaos. Hopefully tomorrow we get some cards done. I would like to get a few done at least tomorrow. Because what are you gonna do? You know? Aside from that, you guys rock. Thank you guys so much. Again, just knowing that you guys are doing the stuff and things and supporting me and subscribing and just knowing I have that little bit of income coming in every month lets me do things like buy TTRPGs, buy overlay things and emotes and just small little things for the stream that on the whole aren't always super obvious or super noticed, but you know, those who enjoy them. Also, just being able to stream, just passing the time, being able to come on here, stream. It's all great. And I really appreciate you guys all for stopping by and hanging out. Cause you don't have to, especially I know I stream late. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I want to stream a little earlier. I'm usually ready by 3 or by 6 to start streaming. Sometimes 5, but I know that a lot of my audience watches me later in the day, so I just simply adhere to that schedule. But yeah, so and that's why I'm usually late because I'm ready by 6, but I have an hour to kill. So instead of just sitting there doing nothing, I'm just kind of like off doing other things instead. And then I come back and I'm like, oh shit. It's 7 already. It's past 7. Oh, fuck. What am I going to do? Anyway, so I appreciate you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, nights. Tomorrow you can find me here once again doing some stuff and things for the game. Hopefully actually drawing some cards out. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. You guys